Strain rot. Crane rot. Plain rot. I don't know what else. Are we live on YouTube? Yes, we are. It's go time. It is go time. Go where? I don't know. Go somewhere. Success. Do I have a different app to stream to YouTube? Isn't it all OBS? It's all OBS. It's just I use a multi-stream and I have to push it to YouTube. And I usually try to do that like after the intro and stuff. Nice fist. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was able to find that Steamworks gives you data now of average frame rates that people get on the Steam Deck. That Suit for Hire gets average like 40 to 60, which isn't bad, but I think we could do better. I do think we could probably do better. I have a feeling most people are keeping like default high settings, which is probably not very good. Delicious. All right, let's get this guy in here. Briefcase mimic changes mesh and everything. Let's get this bad boy. Let's get this bad boy. Let's get this bad boy. So we're gonna clear the static mesh because we no longer use a static mesh. The sphere is 0. We can go ahead and delete that. Although I want to check if there's any references to it. Okay, no references to sphere 0. I don't even know why sphere 0 is even there to begin with. There's a particle system of bond fuse. We could delete both of these. Goodbye. Uh-oh. Wait, actually, keep the sound effect in. We can call this sound source, I guess. And then we'll just do none for that sound. So, bomb explode. Fortunately, we can delete this entire thing, so... Goodbye. That's probably going to break an event anywhere, which is concerning, because that's supposed to be used somewhere. Evaluate nearby players. We don't need this, however, we are going to have to reuse server begin aggro. Where the freak is it going? Mimic is getting fully completed today, right? I don't know about fully, but like at least... Hopefully we can get him spawning in the world and running at you and stuff. I don't know about like full-on animations and stuff, but you know, we'll try our best. You know, we'll try our best. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. We're gonna reuse Bomb Guy because I think he has the exact same thing that we want here. Why is game dev so complicated? Why can't it just be as simple as creating software slash sites slash apps? What's so complicated about it? Is it the fact that it like brings every single creative medium into literally one fucking amalgamation alongside creating, having to do programming and various other elements? I really don't think it's that complicated. I really don't think it's that complicated. There's a simple fix to the problem. Quit. Simple fix to the problem. Give up. What up, Skyfer? I've been working on some like a little dialogue. When I finished it and was improving the spaghetti, the whole thing just broke. Started looking into it, and Navmesh also went to shit. Thank God I had source control. I don't know what happened. Freak, are you using Unreal? Because that sounds like an Unreal moment. Using AI. Bane, when they say AI and then they say nav mesh right after, we can safely assume, God, I fucking hate this trend because it just ruins all of our conversations. Oh my good lordy lord, what's with the 2D blueberries? What's with the 2D blueberries? And the whatever that is, what is that? Kumquat, or whatever the fuck that is. What even is that? What the hell is that? The lighting is so weird. That's because there is no lighting. There's literally no shadows. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty. Not a single shadow in sight. That's good, man. I would make those blueberries 3D, though. The 2D blueberries look kind of funny. They reverted and rebuilt the thing in C++, 8 hours of struggle versus 2 hours of Blueprint last night, but shit, at least my project ain't corrupted. I think using a little bit of C++ is good. At least to make you like your structs and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's a single geometry plane being generated by the patch. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed it was a single geometry plane. No, I think the graphics is like, I think it's a good style. I wouldn't mind shadows, but obviously shadows can be quite expensive. Quite expensive. So we'll do the briefcase make over here. We'll give it a I guess we'll just give it an animation for now. Boom, bonk, bonk, bonk. It's got a capsule and a contact capsule. I don't really know if I care for the contact capsule too much. Although, I guess we will use it, because maybe it could help with, like, damaging other players and stuff. Definitely want to start using C++ more. I do want to use more of it as well. Don't get me wrong. I do want to use more of it as well. Okay, so how am I gonna do the collision for this thing? Yep, Alex. I'm really confused about what this game actually is about. The devlog revealed nothing for me. It's a co-op survival horror. It's basically a job. It's a job simulator. It's another job simulator. I don't really know how else to say it. It's a job simulator. A box collision? Yeah, I don't know if we could we even do a box collision on... .74. It's like doing a job, but with monsters and shit around. Yeah, you're on a train hired by a big conglomerate company, big capitalist company, and you're just trying to keep a train going, and the passengers are monsters. It's basically the gist of it. Absolutely love Super Hire, but currently tired of friend slot games. I think the thing that's kind of funny about this game is, like, I call it friend slop, and there's an overall feeling of friend slop, but at the same time, it's not really a friend slop game because I'm putting so much effort into it. It's more just a co-op survival horror. And if it's not, you know, if you don't like it, well, that's fine. Like, you know. So yeah. Lethal Company, kind of, sorta. That's okay. Listen, it's not going to be for everyone. I know going into this, it's not going to be for everyone, but yeah. Biggest thing is I'm hoping to learn a lot of multiplayer from this that I can hopefully push towards other projects. Real friend slop is the slops we made along the way. Sloppy. Real sloppy. I'd really like to make a game, but it feels impossible. Too much time and resources needed. Life is really unfair. It's just like with anything, right? You just get into it. Have a good time with it. Just throw yourself in. Throw yourself in. Here's my advice. Throw yourself in and just get lost in it. You know, when you have the time, right? If you got a weekend, put a couple hours. Instead of playing a video game, if you do play video games, instead just put it towards doing some stuff in a game engine, modeling something, drawing some sprites. Just get lost in it. Don't compare yourself to others, right? Just get lost in it in your own experience. And then maybe you'll find out maybe you just never were really interested in it, potentially. I think the thought of creating a video game is a lot more fun than actually fucking making a video game yourself sometimes. But I don't think there's like... I only work like 3 to 4 hours a day. I don't do like 8 hour, 10 hour, like I used to. I used to grind the fuck out of this shit so I could like learn stuff, but I don't work that long anymore. Yeah, nothing's really stopping you unless you like have like 7 kids, 3 jobs, you know, various other things. I get it. Like if you get back from work, you're feeling tired, you don't want to do anything. I get that. Rich people privileges. Yeah, right. Didn't take me 10 years before I could do anything at all, you know. I'm not even rich. So it feels like a solid AA game. I would say, I think if it had better graphics and some better animations, I think it would definitely fit the bill, but I think it's missing some of that polish that I just don't have the skills for, unfortunately. So I feel like it really does fall into like the prime indie spot. Kind of the hidden indie game. Doing it only for money, though, I don't recommend. Yeah, don't recommend that. Not fun. Hell, I was doing contract work because I needed money. And I could definitely feel when there was a project that I was interested in, I definitely was like working a lot more into it. Whereas with other stuff, like money is just not a motivator for me. I guess, sure, that could be a privilege. Sure. Everyone works in different ways. I'm not necessarily inspired by fucking... I didn't go to a Amazon warehouse being like, yeah, I can't wait to be here. No, motherfucker, I wanted to jump. There was a 3-story seg. I wanted to get the fuck out of there. I hated that job so much. I played a lot. I don't do that anymore. Do you have any advice on where to find someone to partner to work with? Especially to motivate you? That would really help. I don't know. I don't know. I mostly work on my own for the most part. Did you like the Gamescom? Was there anything interesting? I didn't watch Gamescom, I'm gonna be honest. I think I kind of gave up on watching all these like gaming convention stuff. Indie AA is a category. It's just it gets crazy classification. Indie AAA. Indie Control Resonant looks so good. I saw some gameplay of it way back, like from a previous trailer. I don't know if they uploaded a new one. I don't know. You could always like hang around here, you know, and just I'd say like take an hour or two, just open up a program, do a little bit of modeling, do a little bit of something. I don't know. Find something that you have fun with. Don't rely on someone else to help you get through the process, because I think once you start relying on other people, good luck. So many stories where I hear people are like, yeah, my friend group said they wanted to make games, and then the instant I try to do anything with them, they don't want to do anything. It's like, yeah, because everyone says they want to make games. Everyone says they want to make a movie. Everyone says they want to do a podcast. Wait until they have the chance to fucking do it. Wait until they have the chance to do it. They're not doing anything. Oh, there's a new trailer? I'll have to check it out. They want to make a game and then Krim shows them his blueprints. You could show them anything and... yeah. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to do the collision for this. If it's a physics... if I want to make it a physics-based object... maybe this is its movement capsule. We keep the movement, we keep the capsule, we move it down to the bottom. But then the problem is this, I guess we just make this not collide with players, but then that would still collide with players. Maybe we make this not collide with players, but then maybe we give it a box that would collide with players. But then that wouldn't really work too well. I'm hearing physics. What are you trying to do? Yeah, how would you go about making a character physics-based? Because I don't think a capsule is going to work very well and sticking with like kinematic movements, right? For this like briefcase mimic monster. So like what is even the way to get this guy moving around? Do we just maybe not use a pawn at all for this? Do we just not use a pawn for this? Oops, ass. I joined the team, got all the remote connections set up, then some people went on vacation, others had exams, nothing got done. Yeah, I wonder, if we do this with physics, should I just not bother with a pawn? Or at least not bother with a base pawn? Games are a huge gamble financially, have small profit margin unless you hit it big, which is the dice roll part. Having a generally good game which requires taste and passion. The crazy thing is, like, I don't see myself going into any other sort of like tech space. Like, I'm sure I could probably make more money in another tech space, but I literally don't know how to. I literally only know how to do game dev. Well, that's not true. I've done graphic design in the past, but that's like contract. That's like freelance work and whatnot. I hope I never have to do that shit again. I hope I never have to do freelance shit again. It's okay to switch back and forth between CMC and physical locomotion? Shit, so how should I go about doing this then? And if I wanted to make like... Dude, how do I do this then? If we have an object that is outside of the bounds of a capsule, how do I, what do we even, what do I, what do we do? Two capsules? The thing is, I think the movement component works off of the main capsule. Unless, I know we use GMC here, so we could set collision, set root collision shape. Replaces the current root collision of the pawn with a new one of the past shape and extent. Current component settings for collision physics rendering, etc. will be adopted and the original root component will be destroyed. Only updates the extent if the root component already has the past. Wait a second. Wait a flippity floppity second here, partner. Wait a damn flippity floppity here, partner. What if instead of a vertical capsule, we use a box? The name of the new root component must be unique. Is this going to break, like, stuff? Like, what if I have references to the root component? Hold on. Hold on. Hold. It now has a dynamic box. I wish I could see the size of the box. Please, show me the box. I got eyes on box. Let's do 15. $30, $44, $15, $30, $44, $15, $30, $44, $15. Yes. Did I ever send you a screenshot of what my game looked like? I don't think I've ever seen your game, y'all. Attempted to access capsule via private capsule, but capsule is not valid pending kill or garbage. Right, because it's deleting the capsule. So we have to get root. I'm assuming there has to be a different node here that says get root collision. Wait. I guess I would just get root component. But root component is just a scene component. It's not a capsule. Right. That's not good. That's not good at all. Use an invisible actor for physics and then set the briefcase position of the physics actor every frame. That's diabolical. The problem is with the kinematic movement system like GMC, it uses the root component. If you add another collision object on top, I don't think it works very well. I don't think it works very well. 150 video of an action block? Let me see.
Shit, my
Please no
pants,
share
I
publicly.
did.
Okay, let me take a look at it later then. Let me take a look at it later. Because I don't want any of my windows opening.
Very nice.
Felix, thank you for the 73 months. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you. Am I using behavior trees or state trees? For this project, I'm using state trees. I've been preferring state trees a lot more than behavior trees. They feel a lot nicer to use. I swear in the organic movement component there's a get collision thingy. I don't know where it is. What is it called? I swear I've seen it before. We have get root. We have the shape. Get the query the collision shape of the pawn. Collision location. Like, I don't think that gives us. No, that's an enum. Why do you poop your pants so often? You should seek medical help with that. Oh, you should see me when I have to go to the gym. He's updated component. Let's just search up component. Maybe I can find component. What do you mean? You guys not go to like the bathroom when you have to go to the gym? Does that not happen to you guys? Turn off the CMC collision and turn on the physical collision. If you want stuff to operate in a different space, with your bag, you could probably interpret or use a physical screen to get it oriented right and then flip collisions. Okay. Let me see what I could do with the GMC first, and then we'll have to probably switch between the two. And also, someone redeemed 5 push-ups. Who was that? Who was that? Who was that? I can't scroll up. Fine. All right, fine. Oh, it's Seb. Got my eyes on you. Updated component? This is also a scene component, which is really annoying. Wait, get updated primitive. Wait, guys. Wait, guys. Guys, we're in. If this works, we should be able to grab onto him. Yes! Hey, get off of him. I didn't know that exists. That's in the GMC, the general movement component system. That's specifically pointed to that. It could also be in character movement component, maybe, possibly. Is it fixing its rotation? Yeah, here we set the rotation, but that will obviously, this, like, when you, the instant you pick him up, he's already gonna wake up anyways, so I'm not too worried about, like, the picking up part. You have Delta? Do I plan on making any Unreal Engine tutorials on YouTube? For example, how to create a shoot dodge mechanic, the one in Super Hire? Not really. I have a second channel where I might upload stuff from time to time just because I'll feel like it. And then I also have like a thing that I'm working on. But probably not going to be doing any like specific stuff. Because to be honest, I just want to make games. I don't want to be like an educator. Wait, why is he why does he keep getting higher and higher? Anybody else noticing this? What the hell? Why is he slightly above? I wonder if that's the capsule still like running. Weird. Very weird, very weird. You were setting simulate physics to turned off. Is the object somehow not reattaching itself back to its original capsule? Because this will detach it. So this will be the parent. And then we'll do the skeletal mesh. What is GMC exactly? General movement component? I think it sort of fixed it. He's still kind of a little bit taller than what he should be. It's like an alternative. It's a character move. It's basically a much crazier character movement component. That's probably the best way of explaining it. Detachment from the actor when it's simulated is enabled and is not the root component. You have to reattach it manually. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Which is what I'm kind of doing here. But there's still a bit of a gap even here. Not sure what that gap is. A tweak. Yeah, GMC is a plugin that you can purchase. My vacation officially started 3 weeks of completely nothing. Time to boot up old school RuneScape. Get in there. Yeah, I really don't want to do tutorials. I really don't want to do tutorials. Because once you start doing tutorials, I don't know, I feel like everybody starts expecting tutorials. I'm not saying that that's what you'd be expecting, Adri, but that's been my experience. Once you do one tutorial, everyone's asking for, how do I do this? How do I do that? I don't know. And maybe it's like reading YouTube comments over the past like 10 years of doing certain tutorials here and there, and just, I guess, trying to be helpful in some way. I guess, sure, I get a bit of ad revenue. What, like fucking $5, whatever. I think it made me a bit bitter seeing the types of comments people have for getting free education. But I guess, you know, that's fine, I suppose. I'm just not interested anymore, to be honest. I like helping people. Like, if anybody asks questions here on YouTube chat or on Twitch chat, I'm down to help wherever I can, of course. But I don't know. I don't want to be an educational guy anymore. I just want to make games. Just want to make cool. I'd rather spend my time making cool ass games than trying to fucking edit a tutorial. I'm fucking sick of it. Got to sell courses? Nah, I'm good. I think I tried to go into that and then I realized, wow, I really just don't fucking care. It's just too much work. It's too much work to make something that feels good. All right, so the instant this gets grab, we want it to become aggro. So we don't actually want it to simulate physics, although maybe we do. I don't know. Let's see. Server begin aggro. Aggroed pawn is the instigator. Let's see if this will already start running at the player as a base. It would appear the answer is no. Huh. Is it because he's simulating physics? What if we turn off physics on him real quick? He just jumped at me and that was it. He just jumped at me. Wait a damn second. Let's just do this. So he literally just aggroes on us. We don't even need to do any of the physics stuff. Making tutorials and fab products are the same. Never ending training, people asking for your time for free. I don't care enough for that, man. Listen, I don't want to like... The problem is there's bad apples that just make the educational scene, especially when you're making free education. You just... Sure, you could just ignore all the comments, but then you're ignoring the comments where people are asking for like genuine help and they've gone through all of the paces and stuff like that. They've Googled and everything, right? They've actually done their due diligence to actually go through and try to like figure it out. But then like if I don't want to read any comments at all, then I won't be able to help those people either. Let me put this into... I found some dudes that really made in-depth tutorials where you actually understood what you're doing, which is way better. Yeah, tutorials where they teach you the why is very, very good. I don't know why he's not running after us. I don't know why he's not running after us. Begin aggro. So server begin aggro, multi begin aggro. Add impulse. Bomb guy aggro controller. Is he not currently using bomb guy? He's using bomb guy. He is currently using bomb guy. The amount of times I've heard cast a third-person character is wild. Nobody ever explains to you what it even means or does. The best way of describing casting is you are trying to directly read a object. For example, the third-person character. If you have variables in the third-person character, you essentially have to point at it to say, this is the third-person character I want to point at, which could be get player pawn. So then that way you can access the information that is within that object specifically and do things with it or read things from it. I guess there's probably a way better way of wording that, but... And then, of course, the caveat of that, because you have to constantly read from that and it's in your code, it does mean it is always in memory whenever that object loads and has the cast in there. Could I ask for one important piece of advice regarding game development in Unreal? Yeah. There's some guys out there that explain it really well, yet the amount of tutorial slop out there is keeping people in that stupid loop. This is going to sound really mean. I think there's certain people that are okay with being in that loop. They don't care for learning about the intricacies of how things work. In reality, they just want a tutorial to tell them how to do the thing, put the thing in, and not give a shit about the other stuff. Now, that's not to say everybody is like that. It's not to say everybody's like that. It's a very broad generalization, of course. I think there are people that care, that really want to put some time and effort into things, but... The amount of times I've seen someone do get player character upon is how to get owner if the player owns it. See, that's another thing. You have to take into account the context of a tutorial as well. If someone's trying to make a multiplayer game, 100%, those are not the right tutorials. But at the same time, if you need a tutorial for a basic system, maybe it's a good idea not doing multiplayer. That's something I tried to do when I was first starting out. It was not good. It was not good. I don't think a tutorial necessarily needs to teach you the cleanest ways of doing things for literally every single use case, but yeah. I know what casting is now, but they just make you feel good following steps and it works. We'll never explain to you more than that. Exactly. Yeah. It's dopamine. It's like, oh, I finished a thing. You know? And that's how they keep you watching their tutorials. Because if they teach you too much, you're just going to stop watching their tutorials. I mean, I don't always know the correct technical term for doing something, but I know what I intend to do, and even if it's a thingy, it works. Exactly, I agree. I think it comes down to context. But obviously, if you were making a YouTube video, you'd want things to be explained in like the best way possible using correct terminologies and whatnot, right? In a way that's not too technical so that people can still, you know, soak in the information that you're saying and whatnot, but... Casting is as expensive as an integer equals integer. It's a 4-byte assignment, but it's usually stored in 32-byte for simplicity. Well, the problem with casting, if you're not careful, is your entire game could end up being loaded all at once when you might not want it to be. This cast, I'm okay with this cast being done here. Why? Because the controller is always loaded on this NPC anyways, so it's always going to be in memory. However, if I suddenly cast to a completely different enemy that it does not load in by default, I'm still keeping that other enemy in memory, which then means an entire thing could ripple from there, right? That's the problem with casting. It's creating a huge tree of memory coming in, right? Which is usually found in here, right? So it's a snowball effect, and this is a great indicator of this, right? As we see 52 megabytes, but it's like this thing references this thing, referencing this thing, referencing this thing, referencing this thing, referencing this thing. This, for some reason, references items, but that's because it's referenced to the player character, and the base pawn, I guess, is referencing to the player. That's where casting comes into play and causes problems, is memory. That's where the problem is. So you just have to be very careful with casting. I don't think the solution is, which a lot of people fucking say is, well, just use an interface for everything. Sure, I guess, but that's not necessarily a fix to the problem, nor is it like, it's not, like, sure, I guess it kind of is a fix, but also like not at the same time, because it's like, that's not, you just got to know what that's doing, like what the problem is, not just, oh, use an interface. I see that so many times. Oh, just use an interface. It's like, what do you mean just use an interface? Players subscribe to event handling? Yeah, Fist. Well, that becomes the subject of relevancy, right? What is relevant to the client? What doesn't need to be relevant to the client, kind of thing. Yeah. A tutorial made a blueprint component, added it to the player, then continued to use get player character instead of get owner. Yeah, see, that's kind of like, what's the point of doing the component? Unless you're working in a team and you need the component to be separate so then multiple people can be working on stuff at once, sure, but I bet fucking money that that's not what the purpose of that is for the video. From an implementation POVs, multiplayer and co-op different, or are they both under peer-to-peer hosting? Multiplayer is just co-op. Co-op just means that you're working together rather than working against each other. It's still multiplayer. Multiplayer is just the guise of you are playing with multiple players. You can have a PvP game do peer-to-peer. You could have a co-op game do peer-to-peer, or you can have dedicated servers, right? Like they can both be, you know, any situation. I like the ground up approach. At almost any level, you can make a project which completes your basic goals. You should make it exist first, then make it better. I agree with that. That's why I always tell beginners, those tutorials are okay to get started. However, once you need to really start getting into the nitty gritty parts, definitely like expand your knowledge about stuff. I think that's very important too. But I'd say just get into it to start with. Just throw shit together. I think too many seniors and stuff will be like, oh, you should do this and this, but be careful of this, and also this and this. Dude, you're overloading that person. They're not going to be able to get into the fucking thing. You got to just kind of let them fail a little bit. I think that's okay. It's obviously better to find tutorials where they're explaining things, explaining what does this do, blah, blah, blah. So then that way you have a much longer lifespan of working on stuff. But yeah. The thing I hate the most about UE tutorials is that the title of the tutorial is how to make an interaction tooltip, for example, and then they proceed to make an entire interaction system for 15 minutes. I try to avoid that freak, but here's the thing. I've avoided that. I've been like modeling workflow, just going through like the tidbits of every workflow, covering some little tips. People are like, man, this is really useless. Why don't you just model the entire thing on the video? Man, what the fuck, motherfucker? Look for a beginner Blender tutorial, motherfucker. This isn't a beginner Blender tutorial. That's why I can't fucking bother with education anymore, man. I can't bother with it. I can't. I think I'm too bitter. I'm too bitter to give a fuck anymore. I don't care. Listen, if people want to hop in here and need help with stuff, dude, I'm more than glad to help people here. But in a YouTube video, I can't be asked anymore, man. People, it just feels like some people are just so, what's the word I'm looking for? I feel like there's so many, not so many, there's quite a few people that unfortunately make the experience bitter to read comments. They're very spoiled. They're spoiled, I guess. No, they're not spoiled. They're, I guess spoiled. I guess we'll just leave it at spoiled. Lazy? Not really lazy. It's just like they're getting something for free, but then they're expecting everything. Yeah, ungrateful, I guess would be one way of looking at it. I don't know. It's the bad apples. There's there's people that obviously find the very useful parts of it, but it's like, I don't want to read any of the comments at all if I'm just reading these fucking comments that like kind of ruin my day and ruin my experience with it. So I just kind of like, all right, If people come and ask me for help, I'll help them out as long as like they're actually showing intention behind like they've searched stuff up. I've had people literally email me and be like, "How do I make a video game?" It's like, motherfucker, just motherfucker, come on, just start. I guess starting is the first thing you should do. Maybe, I don't know, open up the damn engine or something. 70%, 75% of the people that want stuff from my tutorials asking me to just make their game for them. That's my problem with it, man. That's my problem with it. That's my problem with it. It's worse when you see a tutorial video and all the comments are source code for this, please, because I'm too lazy and I just want the asset. I can't care for that anymore, personally. But Adri, if you want any like advice, at least like I don't know, from my perspective, take into account I only released one game, right? So I'm not like not a fucking pro or anything, but I'm always happy to help out in any way. I wrote a whole ECU emulator for truck dashboards for Euro Truck to talk to actual truck instruments, and all I got was Arduino files for this, please. I know this is going to sound crazy. I know this is going to sound fucking crazy. I know people aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but I can somewhat understand why some asshole rich people are the way they are. Just based on like some of these like brief interactions with certain people, I can understand why they would get so bitter and to the point where they're at. You know what I mean? Like I kind of get it a little bit, you know? I think the billionaires, they don't need billions of dollars. That's just fucking crazy. But seeing like, you know, seeing how some of these people act, I kind of understand why they are like that. I can somewhat understand why. Not that I'd want to get to that point. I really like helping people. But I can understand why someone would be so closed off from wanting to do like anything else with anybody else. I can understand why they would get to that position. Which rich man Krim showing his privilege? Oh, I'm just saying that I could kind of empathize. There's a little bit of an empathy. Listen, I can empathize with a lot of people, right? For the most part, most people. So I can kind of understand their position to some extent. Not that I would want to ever get into that position with the way some of them act, but nah, I just hate people in general. See what I mean? Yeah. Okay, why is my Mimic not moving towards us? Max desired speed is 150. Is it because we switched out his capsule? Let's cut this off and see if that's potentially the problem. It doesn't mean that he's going to be clipping the ground, but that's okay. No, something else is causing him to not move. So it's not his root collision shape. Yacht tour when? I don't have a yacht. What do you take me for? Gaben? Sometimes tutorial videos are so long-winded and not getting to the point. Looking at the source code, I can see what solution they use and if it's stupid very quickly. However, there's a lot of people who can't recognize if something is stupid, such as may not care to understand something before using it. Yeah. For sure. You don't know what you don't know, right? You won't know what to look for until you become a lot more involved. Why is it that I don't think this function is being I don't really know why he can't move around. I only see crouchable in our nav mesh. What happened to all of our nav mesh? Huh? Huh? This is casting shadows? Am I stupid? Oh, it's the trees that are casting shadows. Yeah, I don't know if we want to do that. Oh, yeah, we would. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's problematic. Oh, well, whatever. Why is the nav mesh bounds not working? Which volume is this? Which level is this in? Station 0. Let me do this. Let's go to the actual level. And let's build the pathing over here. Okay, and then let's go back to that level. Get... Oh! No! Get off him! Alright, whatever. I jumped to just ask for help. How can I assign a child AI controller to the AI child class vehicle? Spawning 4 child AI vehicles that controlled with 1 AI controller. When I put different property size characters on them, they all start conflicting because of that. I have never made vehicles before, BCator, so I don't really know. Can I assign a child AI controller to the AI child class vehicle? I'm spawning 4 child AI vehicles that are controlled with 1 AI controller. I put different properties such characteristics when they start conflicting because of that. I have never messed around with an AI controller controlling multiple, like, pawns, I guess, or multiple characters. I've never done that before. So I don't know how to come across that problem or how to resolve that problem. His aggro state is not running at us, and I wonder why. The bomb guy works just fine. Are we sending the payload? We are sending the payload. We're sending the pawn. Then gets sent to the site, and then we set aggro. Animated 20 short anims for the game today. Feels good, man. Hell yeah, Doug. Hold on, we need to play a different mix. Music is a bit too creepy. Bit too creepy for my liking. Sending the payload in Hit Game Overwatch by Blizzard. Hit game, huh? Hit game, huh? I kind of miss Overwatch. Oh my god, the actor context is bomb guy. Do I have to make a different state tree for this? Oh my god, the context actor class is bomb guy. Can I not just set it to the base pawn? No wonder. Because he's... There we go. Now we're starting to see some. Okay, but is bomb guy broken now? Ignore all those red messages. I don't know what that is. Can he attack you? Not yet. Is bomb guy supposed to have animations? He doesn't have any yet. I feel like it'd be a lot more fun if instead of him using kinematic, he jumps at you. So he has his little pauses to jump at you. I feel like that'd be a lot more fun. Does this whole game run off of bomb guy code? No, it doesn't. Get him off of me! Get him off of me! Wait, that does mean I think we can actually re-implement the simulate physics that we had in here. Do I make all of my levels in Blender, or do I use something like Scythe? I've been using Scythe. Scythe is sick, but I do use a mix of Blender as well. But Scythe has been kind of like my thing as well. It mostly just on how I feel. It mostly kind of depends on how I feel. Okay, so... I have to check if we are even aggroed to begin with, and can I read from that? Is there a variable that gets set? Actually, hold on. Maybe the base pawn might have something for this. Is aggressive. Okay. Oh, is pawn aggressive? I kind of only want this to allow it afterwards. So it's like, first he'll jump at you. And then you can maybe grab onto him to kind of stop him from getting at you. But unfortunately, when I do that, obviously this is going to begin aggro, which means he's then going to become aggressive. So I have to do a gate. So that way the first instance... enter, it'll fail, then open. Is this running multiple times? I wonder if it's running multiple times. Let me see. What? Let me see the first instant it goes in. It enters. It opens. And then it enters again. Oh, it's double calling because the server calls it twice. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, you motherfucker. Last grab timestamp? That might be for when monsters grab the player, not for... Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. It's kind of annoying. It calls it twice because we have it run on server as well. We should probably break that off and don't make it only run once. Because I could see that being problematic. So that would be in the player character. Actually, you know what we can do? We can just play this first and then begin the aggro. That would solve the... It would not solve the problem because we're still running this twice. So I'll have to fix that. Or can we alternatively check if he's currently impulsing? Adds an impulse to the pawn. An impulse should only be applied for 1 equal frame if one in a continuous force. How can we check if I guess what we could do is just check. Yeah, let's just do that. I have an idea. Check that he doesn't have any like any Z velocity. Nearly equal 0. We'll do a tolerance of like 5 units. Someone help. My blueprint is looking very gnarly. Okay, how did that happen? Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. So this would only allow us to grab him if he does not have any Z velocity, which then means we're going to want to do a flip of this, which is confusing, I know. But basically we can't grab him if his Z velocity is very high. I also think if you grab him, maybe you shouldn't be able to grab him at all. It'd be funny if you try to grab him from the front, he just bites your hand. Or maybe you should not be able to grab him from the front, but you can grab him from behind. So if you have a friend like this and he's grabbing him, then you can grab onto him. Kind of like a cat. I think that could be kind of funny. Oh, I think he bugged out a little bit there. It's kind of funny though because you can stand on top of him. So we could do that whole mechanic where if you jump on top of him, he like deactivates. I think that could be really, really fun. Yo, Jag, how's it going? What happened? Why is it that he's suddenly like going down like this? Is there like a collision that's causing him to sleep? Let's see. Can I see his state when that happens? Well, that's him getting stuck on something. He's doing a move to command. He's currently running, but his current state is nothing? Current state usually shows nothing. Not sure why that might be happening. I wonder if he's getting stuck on something. Can ever affect navigation on his meth? Oh, that could be the problem. Although the skeleton mesh has no collision. But that could be happening. No, it's turned off. Let's check the mesh. That's also turned off. Is it possible that when we create that new mesh that it's being set to true? His box mesh? Oh, his capsule apparently has can affect navigation. That's not good. But let's also check this. So this becomes the new scene component. Don't tell me I can't. Okay, I can't. No, I cannot. Can affect navigation generation. I cannot set this on a scene component. Unreal moment, actual Unreal moment. I'm hoping that when this creates it though, it would probably set it to null though, right? I'm assuming it's gotta, dude, it's gotta set that to null. If it's a box, new object, U box component. I've never seen new object in my life. Don't even know what that is. New object? Okay. Attach to component. Copy component settings from original root component shape to new root component shape. Okay. Maybe I can check in play. I wonder if I can check it here. Let's see. Maybe it'll have the right settings. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll be correct. Search up effect. No, it's turned off. Okay. It's not that causing the weird things. It's not that causing the weird things. Yeah. Unreal moment, we need Unity. I don't know how to use Unity. I don't know how to use it at all. I don't know how to use it at all. Where do I get my materials from? I'll make them, and then sometimes there'll be like free materials as well and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so let's do a very basic setup for this. So, nope, not in here. Here it is, set new visual. So we don't have an animation blueprint yet. So what we'll just do is we'll just set animation. We'll set his animation to play to nothing, which should reset him to his normal pose. And we'll see how that looks when he gets all spooky. All right. And then of course he'll need like a jumping up and down animation. I feel like he would look a lot better if the jumping up and down animation was root motion though. Kind of creepy though. That's good. I kind of want to set his rotation to that flipped pose, but I'm very curious if that's going to look okay. Let's see. But if we can't, I don't think we can do the flipped pose because I think he's going to reset himself. Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, so then what if we mayhaps, instead of setting the actor rotation then, what if we perhaps set his relative rotation for the skeletal mesh itself? Substance Source has a lot of materials, good as a base to modify on top, but you need a subscription. I used to use Substance. They used to have like a place where people could share materials, and that was a great spot to get some stuff. But I don't think that exists anymore. I think they killed that. Thanks, Adobe. Thanks, Adobe. Keep up the great work. And also, go fuck yourself. Wait, it does? It does? The Substance Share or whatever it was called? It's Substance Source. Oh, so they made it the paid version. I'm actually thinking instead of rotating this, we should do all this through the animation when they're jumping at us. Okay, so now we got to do the animations. But I'm really wondering, for him jumping towards the player, I really wonder if we should use a movement system or do it through like root motion. Or maybe if it should be like dynamic. I really wonder if we should use GMC at all for this. Man, I don't know. I really don't think we should. Those morons deleted all my points since I decided not to get a subscription. Fuck Adobe. I remember I think I went on like a spree to try to like redeem as much as I could. I don't know what it is now. Yeah, wondering if we should use launch character instead of kinematic movement. I feel like that would just look so much more interesting. Like, kind of like just reuse this jump. Make it so he just keeps hopping towards us. But then at that point, do we need GMC anymore? Do we need the general movement component at that point? I guess it would be good to... How would I read from NavMesh if I want this jumping at the player? That I don't know. Can you romance it? No, this is not a BioWare game, okay? Is he not able to move around the instant we become inaccessible? No way. Allow partial path. Maybe that was the problem. There we go. Now he's running at us even if we become inaccessible, I believe. Maybe you launch him when he can't reach. I just wanted to launch every single time. That's probably going to be how I want to do the movement. I want him to jump towards the player. That's going to be how he moves, is he kind of like hops around like a frog. I just don't think animating that will feel as good as just doing it through physics. Because animating it means he's going to have a constant movement, a constant velocity, which I feel like doesn't make sense. Make him roll. What? Oh, shit. No, but then you don't see his mouth. It looks so stupid. We could do that for a different monster. That would be kind of funny for a different monster, though. I'ma getcha. All right. I don't know how we could do that, though. So we don't want him moving towards us. We just want him to keep hopping towards us. Okay, idea. I have an idea. I got an idea. What if we lower his movement speed that he can move to something very slow, so he's still using the movement component? Okay, that's not at all what I wanted to do. Aggro move speed 400, 25. Play the temp footstep sounds. No, turn that off. Get out of here. Get out of here. So then that way he still crawls towards us a little bit. And maybe we'll change that really, really slow to like 5. He's going at 5 speed. And then periodically jump forward. Mimic jump forward. We'll do this, but instead of doing the find look at rotation, we'll make it so actually, yeah, we could do this. Let's try this for now. Okay, so mimic jump forward is just going to be like this. Add an impulse. We need to check that we're grounded, though, that we're on the ground to allow. Is it like a Terraria mimic chest? Well, it's just like a mimic, I guess, which I guess is kind of like the Terraria mimic. So this is going to do this, and we'll set a constant timer. And then the actor location, I don't know if the base pawn has like a current. Oh, current target. Perfect. Yes. Yes, or a D&D mimic, or like literally any kind of, yeah, it's literally like any kind of mimic. He's got a tongue, he's got teeth, he fucking jumps at you. Maybe you could do little jumps as a walk with the anim, and then big jumps with the physics. We could do that. We could definitely do that. The little hops could be a good way of like continuing his velocity. So we'll see. Yeah, we could definitely do that. We could increase his velocity again, and then just make it so these are the big hops. Is a parent class for this in C++. This is derived by the base pawn, which then is derived by the GMC pawn, which is in C++. So not a lot of C++. Not as much as I should have. I still think he should unfurl a pair of little legs and run after you. I do think that would be funny, but we'll see. We'll see. I kind of wanted his personality to be him hopping around kind of thing. Okay, so let's do set a timer by function name. And we'll do every 2 seconds. We'll do looping. Mimic jump forward. By the way, this is incorrect to function name because he doesn't jump forward, he jumps towards a target. He immediately got stuck. He immediately got stuck. All right. That's probably because he's moving on ground. Let's do get velocity. Let's just make sure that his z velocity is nearly equal to, again, 0. That way he's not falling down, nor is he jumping. All right. Let's see what you got. Grim missed the GTA 6 gameplay trailer? Or you mean the one that was being shown on Netflix? I do notice his... Speaking of jumping, is Superfire jumping also just add impulse plus animations? It's animations plus launch character, I believe. Set to -1 to disable this. Max grounded velocity Z. What? Set to -1 to disable this functionality completely. What do you mean? Does anybody else notice that his Z location is like freezing? It's like stopping in place. He's not doing like a full jump. The max upward velocity of the pawn should be able to absorb while grounded, while the Z velocity exceeds not be able to land on the ground. What are you saying? What is over max speed deceleration airborne? Okay, where's the max speed airborne? How much deceleration is applied to the pawn when airborne? Probably 50. Reduce that. Over max speed deceleration. How much deceleration is applied when the pawn is airborne is exceeding the max desired speed? Oh, in negative z direction, the max speed is determined by the terminal. Let's do like 25, so then that way he doesn't like decelerate too much. Oh! Category has 1.5 million viewers. Okay, maybe we do add a little bit of deceleration to it. Guys, I might have gone a little bit overboard on the speed. And he's floating a lot. He looks fun though. That's kind of fun. It's got some fun elements to it. I don't know why he's rotating though. Where are you going? Where is he going? Oh, you don't have any navigation here. Oh, I see. Sorry. Oh, you literally cannot go there? Oh, I see. Sorry. My bad. My bad. He's a little floaty. That's probably his gravity. Let's see what his gravity is set to. Gravity scale is 1. So I think we could set that to 2. I think I like that. Maybe a little less. Maybe a little less. Like maybe like 1.6. Do I have any ideas such intention to put some hidden items like Easter eggs as homage to other games? Some item from some other game? Or the guide is hiding in some secret place? That could be kind of funny. Yeah, we'll probably do a bunch of stuff for sure. Don't get me wrong. No, we're gonna do a lot of animation stuff for sure, Curse. I think we're gonna do a bunch of like procedural stuff. Now he feels like a chunky boy and you know you're hurt. Yeah, I think this is good. We also have to scale him up, to be fair. But I'm a bit scared of scaling him up. No, actually, I'm not. Because GMC can handle scaling. We can handle scaling with the thing. Also, we have to flip him around. So he's going to look like this, which I think will look a lot creepier than the upside down version. It's actually really crazy how just changing his orientation is enough to make him look creepier. Yeah, he'll scale up when he gets angry, when you try to pick him up. I wonder though, let's say we run here. Okay. But then I run across the fence. Will he find his way? Maybe he should do a line of sight check to see if he has line of sight to us. And if he doesn't have line of sight to us, then he jumps forward rather than jumping towards us. I don't think you can throw... unfortunately, right now, you can't throw shit at monsters right now. Yet. But I think once we start doing... once we start doing that stuff, I think it'll be good. I think it'll make the game feel a lot more like... You have a lot more control over situations, like being able to throw shit at monsters and whatnot. Navigate to the last scene position, possibly. Which I think target does do that. I think he will set his target. Well. Just fell off the map, I guess. Yeah, look at that. He looks a lot like a normal briefcase. And then he'll jump at you, make noises, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think it's awesome. Maybe we should set his... let's do this as a jump timer. Let's do like 1.33 seconds. Let me also make sure that explode time isn't being used, because like we don't need explode time anymore. I think that's a bit creepier, having him jump a little bit more often. I don't like how he's doing that though. You see how he's kind of like rotating a little bit? Bit odd. We'll probably have to fix that a little bit. But you see what I mean? That if we did this jumping traditionally with just kinematic, like the GMC component, we wouldn't see those pauses. He would still be like kind of moving around. You know what I mean? I think smaller / shorter jumps will be better for tracking. We'll probably do shorter jumps for his actual movement. I think that could be a fun idea. I just love how his jumps are though. I think it'd be maybe cool to make him jump a little bit farther forward, but I don't want to go overboard on it because then it's gonna. Well, let's see. Because now that we've increased his gravity, makes him a bit heavier. I think it's fun. The animations will sell it a lot. I think the animations will sell it a lot once we make an animation blueprint. Nice. Hell yeah. All right, when I get back, we'll work on the blueprint. I do have to briefly hop out, and then once I'm back, we'll continue on this bad boy. Hold on, let me put some BRB text on the screen. How do I wait? Hold, where's sure, this one. It's extremely pixelated. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. I gotta do some. It might take me like 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know yet. All right. Be right back. And then we'll continue this. Hey, jump scare. What'd I miss? Sorry, I had to quickly do something. And by quickly, I mean I wasn't so quick, huh? What's happening with Twitch? Failed to determine content classification. Everything's broken. They're broke. I think everybody has a. Yeah, it's breaking on for everybody else too. Hello, is everybody still there? I think all of Twitch is breaking. Hey, at least YouTube is still up. Hey. Is it because everyone's streaming the GTA 6 shit? Is that what's going on? Bombarded. All right, we're back at it. We're back at it. So where were we at on this bad boy? So he jumps. He does the jumping thing. Now we just need to animate him a bunch, I think. That's the next big step, I think. Why does he rotate? Like when he hits like an object, he like rotates sometimes. Orient to input direction. What about orient to control rotation direction? Let's see if that maybe gives us a better result. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Use controller rotation yaw. Slowly rotate around the yaw axis to face the current control rotation direction. Setting takes precedence over B orient to input direction if both options are set. I don't know if the focus system works on the GMC component, but let's see if it does. Focus. I think it's technically on the AI controller that sets the focal point. Okay, set focus. Let's see if this works. Twitch is having issues? Yeah, they are. Yep. It's true. It's true. No animations yet? Nope. Twiggy's able to message though. Is it like just only the people that are currently in the stream can chat, but like anybody who's new can't see anything? You typed that before that? Oh. So that's a really delayed message? Holy moly. Holy moly. So set focus doesn't work. I don't know if setting focus works on the general movement component, which really sucks. Really, really sucks. Twitch broke so hard I can't even chat on there anymore. YouTube is winning today. YouTube is winning. I don't think focus is set up in the GMC component, which really sucks. Balls. All right, well, I guess we'll just keep this for now then. Orient to input direction. Would be kind of interesting to give them a little bit of falling control. That way they can kind of control themselves towards the player. Let's see if that looks good. Never mind. By giving them fall control, I think they immediately try to hit the ground. Because he doesn't realize that him jumping is actually what we want him to do. It's kind of funny. Though the thing you're working on doesn't have animations. Ah. Oh, the Twitch stream literally just straight up died. Like, it's just straight up just dead. But his chair! He has to crawl back to his chair. Are you fucking kidding me? That's diabolical. That's some crazy upper body strength that you could just do that. What? Oh my god. Anyone know how to reset a child blueprint to the show/view in data only view? I clicked on the open full blueprint editor and can't switch it back. Reopening the blueprint doesn't work. The show/view in data only view. I clicked on open full blueprint editor and I can't switch it back. I don't know how to switch it back. I've always switched it to this view because I don't like the data view. Yeah, I literally don't know. That's a really good question. I've never ever wanted to go back to the data view. Of course he has to crawl back. Yeah, I know, but it's still like, it's just, you would think diving would just be you to dive with the damn wheelchair, not like dive out of it. I don't know if there's a way of going just straight up to data view. Because that's not the data view. I don't know. Get a remote control to have the chair come. Yeah! How would you dive with a chair? I don't know. Video games. How would a fucking briefcase suddenly grow teeth and an eyeball and then start jumping at, you know what I mean? Like video games. Video games. Video games, baby. Video games. You know something that I noticed while I was testing? I noticed this kind of freak out a little bit. It like jumped up and down. Now, that was very brief. But I hope it's not enough to suddenly... cause any problems. Briefcase. Yeah. Let me keep it brief. Let me keep it brief. Okay. Let's give him an animation blueprint then, I guess. It's time to give him an animation blueprint. Let me pull out my kombucha. Is Twitch back up or is it still breaking? Yes. Still borked? Nice. Is that really just GTA 6 actually causing that? There's no way. We need to make a new pose, so I'd like to create an animation sequence. Current pose. This will be AS brief. I'm like looking at the word and I'm like, that's not how you spell that, right? Brief? That looks like puke. Looks like, doesn't, briefcase, mimic, aggro. So this will just be the regular pose that we'll use for this. Because I'm going to need that, I think, for the animation blueprint. And then, we're going to do animation blueprint, briefcase, mimic. All right. Okay, so now get pawn owner, promote to a variable. Mimic actor. We will directly reference briefcase mimic. Blueprint update animation. So the thing that kind of sucks is, okay, stop it. If this, wait, hold on. How do I, am I having a moment? Wait, hold on. I'm having a moment. I need to make this a get. I need to do a valid, this needs to be a valid check. I would like to do a valid check. Why can't I do oh, that's for get, not for set. Yeah. Yeah. It loads the video module, but chat and everything else is still broken. Nice. Do you think Amazon was like, we gotta pull the plug? We're spending too much money on this. Pull the plug really quick, temporarily. Everyone will think it was just a quick outage, but in reality it was us pulling the plug. We gotta pull the plug. My video won't even load anymore? That's crazy. That's how bad things are going on right now. Does that mean I could play some really crazy, wacky music and no one would even know? No one would know. No one would even know. Actually, I don't even think we need to do anything beyond just checking if this is valid, because technically speaking, we can just, in here, we could do a set bool, pose by bool, right? And then in the active value here, we can just tie it to the mimic actor and then check if they're aggressive. It's that easy. And then, of course, with like, you know, a bunch of other stuff. And then here we'll do... evaluate, and then this will just be hiding. And then we can just blend between the two. That's going to be awesome. Yes, man. That means now it will be animated when his mouth opens up. All right. All right. So now all we have to do is go in here. Set his blueprint. What the fuck is going on here? The briefcase mimic. We don't need to do this anymore because he's directly just reading from the aggression state. Perfect. Now he'll open up. He'll open up. He goes. Whoop. Yes. Now obviously we're probably gonna do like a bunch of animation stuff, but I think that's pretty good. So now, when he's aggro though, we want to give some physics to his tongue. We want to give his physics some action, some tongue action, some... let me remember how to do this. Actually, what we'll do is we'll check the employee, because I know the employee, we did something for him. For his tongue. We did a rigid body, apparently. Yeah, we did a rigid body. Also, something I have not looked at all is his physics. His physics asset. Oh, would you look at that? He doesn't have one. He just has root and tongue. Okay. Well, that's not good. I was hoping for a little bit more than that. Okay. Am I gonna have to create the bones myself? Okay, we're gonna add a box. We're gonna add a box. Okay. Body top, body bottom. Why is body top? Why does the bone for body top look like that? It was supposed to go across here, but I guess not. How do you add a damn thing to this? Dude, okay. Show all bones. Body top, add a box to body top. Maybe that's why I wasn't able to like do anything. Whoa! Is this correct? Doesn't feel correct. Something about this feels off. That being said, I don't think I've ever used a box collision before. Like, I've never used a box before. Godot's adding texture streaming. Flax engine is adding occlusion culling. It's a good time to be a dev. Texture streaming, finally. They're finally doing it, guys. They're finally doing it. I think I just moved the entire body, and I'm a bit concerned now. Is this not right? Hold on, because I swear... What the hell is going on? I swear I remember these looking a lot different. I don't know why they're looking like that. Anyways, I can't scale this further down. I don't know if our skeleton is just scaled improperly. I have a feeling it is. Because why is this so small? I've had this happen so many times. Do you have any tips on how to get started learning game dev / coding and what engine / coding languages you'd recommend for a beginner? I would recommend just getting into it. Just pick an engine that you find cool. Maybe you saw some games get developed in them that you liked those games or something. Just try it out. Get in there and try it out, you know what I mean? So I can't scale this below a certain thing. I think somehow our physics, our body is being imported really, really small. And so like none of this works properly. Even though it's clearly being scaled properly, it's just for some reason the physics asset does not work. But it doesn't read the bone sizes. It's again an issue of stupid Blender fucking armature is weird and does things in a backwards way. Get in there and try it out. It's difficult when the genre of game you like is MMORPG. Just try to make an RPG, I guess. It's gonna be hard, but I would say I'd love to do Unreal, but I'm a bit scared of learning C++. Blueprints is very like sufficient to get you started into it. A very visual way of doing things. And it'll get you quite far. And then once you feel quite comfortable with that, you can really start kind of diving a bit more into C++. Okay, so our current problem is UE5 Blender armature physics asset small. scale 100. Wait, what? So he's scaling it up to 100. I really think the FBX exporter for armatures is just fucking ass. Like, this thing is just straight ass. It's just not good. It really is not that good. I think Twitch is struggling, or just me? It's having a rough time. That's why a lot of people are in YouTube chat right now. Yeah, Suit for Hire is like 99% blueprint. Um, God, all these answers are shit. I think it's just a basis of like the export is just it's the whole metric unit thing, unit scale. So I'd have to do 0.01. But then it's like really small. It just doesn't make sense because my export is perfectly fine scale-wise. Like, clearly the scale is there. It's just for some reason, because of the export, it just weird stuff happens. Let's see. I'm gonna create a scaled file, and then what we'll do is we'll let's do 0.01 here, and then we have to scale this up by 100. It's just crazy that Blender like suffers at this scale because this is like too big. So let's see. Like, everything suffers at this scale. I wonder if I can export it on the current version. I wonder if that's going to fuck it up. Maybe? I don't notice much of a difference though. Guys? Something weird going on in here. It would appear we're on the inside of the briefcase. It has indeed scaled by 100. Who would have thought? I wonder if I have to re-import the entire thing. Very likely I have to re-import the entire thing. Re-import skeleton. I don't think I could do it from here. I can't even do it from here. I don't think you are supposed to re-import the skeleton. And why does Blender have to be so weird? What are your opinion on Udemy courses for Unreal Engine? It depends if that's your learning style. I think there's a few really good ones out there, but I honestly haven't used them. I bought a few of them and I haven't even used them. I haven't even used them. Okay, so the skeleton did not update. I don't know if re-importing this will work. It's probably gonna fuck up everything. I should probably submit, but fuck it. Fuck it, we go in. Let's go. I think the scales are working a bit better. I think if I add a box. See, now it's scaling better. I think. But then that means we have to scale the rest of the body down. So this is matched up correctly. This is matched up just fine. The animation sequences aren't looking too hot though, I gotta say. So I wonder if we have to recreate the animation sequences. This is scaled up by 100. And now it went down to negative 9,000. What? 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 What the fuck is going on? I hate this shit. Okay, aggro is just the base pose, so we can force delete that really quickly. And then we can go back to the skeletal mesh and then create a new animation from this current pose. And this could be AS underscore brief case mimic aggro. Now it's fine, at least from what I can tell. The root is back to scale 1. So now we just have to, I guess, recreate our hiding pose. That being said, we might not have to. I might be able to go to the level that we had before in our animation level. And let's see if the sequencer is broken. Okay. Seems like the only thing that's broken right now is just the tongue. It's okay. I want to say this has been keyed, but I'm not sure. Okay, and then from here, we should be able to bake this animation. Bake the animation sequence. There we go. And what I'm going to do, I should be able to, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to just delete it. It's fine. And then let's just go ahead and recreate it. Double check it. All good. Oh, the eyes are wrong. I see nothing. Twitch started to craft yourself, even an RPG game would take 3 to 5 years. The only reason why I say try to do, like, if you really like RPGs, obviously it would take a long time. But my opinion is that when you're first starting game development, your first game is probably not going to be a game at all. It's going to be an amalgamation of a bunch of fucking experiments of you trying to learn how to do anything. That's my opinion. I would say just don't even start with a game. Don't start with a game. Just start with subjects. Start with just, oh, here I'm going to do a little bit of UI. Here I'm going to do a little bit of this. Here I'm going to do a little bit of this. That's my opinion. Some people don't like that opinion, but that's okay. I just think separate the creating a game and learning how to make a game into 2 parts. That's what I would say. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, the problem is Basiator, I think it was considering the scale of our object to be like really fucking tiny. And so because of that, yeah, things were really messed up. So now we can see this guy's back on hiding. These 2 have incorrect animations because we broke them. So that was aggro and this one was hiding. So that works again. And he's back to his scale that he used to be at. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, now we can actually do the animation thingy properly. This thing. So body bottom, we need it to be a box. I've literally never used a box. I was speaking generally, like, even if I was at your knowledge level, it would take that long? Yes, yeah. An RPG is not exactly the easiest thing to make, especially depending on what kind of RPG as well, right? Like, how much system stuff do you want to do and whatnot. I think it's doable. It just depends how much scope you want to do for it. Like, I could see making a game with, like, some skills and stats and shit. Like, that's probably not too challenging. Guys, this is not constrained to body top. Aha! Oh. Yes. Yes. Okay, and then the constraint is incorrect. So swing 1, I think, is the only one we want. Want this to be limited. Sorry. Sorry, my bad. So the tongue then needs to be constrained to the body top. So now the tongue should be following the rest of the body. Yes, man. Yes, man. Yes, man. What would you say is the quickest game genre to make? Could you give me the top 5 in your opinion, just so I aim for something that's achievable? A visual novel. It depends on what you mean by quickest, though. Because a visual novel might not be programming heavy, but it'll definitely be very art heavy and story heavy. You could do... like A walking sim, I guess. Yeah, a walking sim, I guess, is one of the easier options, I suppose. A platformer, I guess, but making like starting out learning to make a platform, I think is fine. But then selling a platform is a whole different fucking story, right? So that's what I'd say for that one. So we want this physics type to be simulated, I think. Teacher, you can build off and then make your first game starting from scratch. Templates, I would be careful with templates because you might quickly become overwhelmed and feel like even trying to adjust anything to your own liking might become very difficult. So I would just be careful with templates. That would be my only thing I would say for that. Clicker games that just have a bunch of building mechanics. Yeah, like you could do an incremental game. Plus that's also seems to be a very big trend right now. A lot of people love incremental games right now. Or idle incremental games. Okay. You know YouTube has a game category now? A what? For mobile kind of games? Ah, I see. What you don't do is make an action shooter in a wheelchair? No, that's exactly what you should do. You kidding me? That's exactly what you should do. Okay. I want to see... Dead blending. Performs inertialization using the dead blending algorithm. The fuck does that even mean? What the hell does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. I do think we have to convert the space to component. This should provide us with different dynamics and a rigid body. We're probably going to want to do a... What kind of thing do we want to do for the tongue? Would a rigid body be good for that? I don't know. Let's try rigid body. As we've done with previous examples, we'll try it again. Let me double check that this... I don't even have the blueprint open. Let me make sure that this has the correct physics asset associated. I don't know if it does. Okay, I guess I'm just going to select the physics asset then. For safety. For safety! What I was going to go for first, but because it's usually 2D, Godot would be the better engine over UE IMO. But then for 3D, UE is usually better. I would not believe anyone... here's my opinion about the whole engine debate. Just give it a try. Because I think there's a lot of opinions out there. I think the better engine is the one that you know thoroughly. But, you know, maybe learning a different engine, like... Yeah. Did I try Cloud Code in Unreal? No. Your next question might be, will I? No. Your next question might be, will I ever? No. See if I can get this working. Oh, wait, look, it's already working. But your next question might be, do you wear wigs? I do not wear wigs. Okay, big problem. Will you will you ever wear wigs? What does he say? Okay, this is looking very good. This is looking very good. However, I don't think the tongue has collision. I don't think it has... Does it have collision? Is this colliding? Force disable collision between two bodies joined to... Maybe it does have collision. I think it already has collision by default. I spend $100 a month on cloud, but it has pretty much anything I throw at it, including the including your Twitch message. Did you also throw that into cloud? Because I'm noticing the little M dash that you got going on there. I'm noticing a little M dash there. Anyways, exclamation mark AI. I think this is using collisions. I think what we'll do is maybe we will lower the velocity scale, and maybe the linear acceleration, we can lower the linear acceleration as well. It'll become a little bit more floaty. A little bit more floaty. I think we'll also lower the alpha, so then that way we can animate the tongue a little bit as well. No, he's going through... Look, his damn physics bone is going through the damn thing. Uh-oh. I don't think this is reading from the collision. It's either that or... Do we have self-collision? Collision response enabled. Yes. Anyways, let's not be mean. I just don't care for the AI conversation. I hope you understand. It's just we have it so often here that it's just I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Okay, our rigid body is not colliding with the rest of our body. This affects how velocities are generated in component space. What if we do world space instead? Uh-oh. He's looking a little flaccid. Anybody got some Viagra? It's looking a little... Let's just do component space. Maybe that's fine. Force disable collision between constraints. Constraint bodies. Use external cloth collision. Transfer bone velocities when simulation starts. Transfer bone velocities from animation to make transition to simulation seamless. Okay. I don't know how to make this collide with the other objects. Is rigid body not able to collide with other... No, it should be able to. You feed it the physics asset. Although I guess maybe it's only using... There's a magic box somewhere that you can check that's supposed to keep things from clipping like a tongue. Yeah. The magic box, you say? Is rigid body not able to handle maybe rigid body is not able to handle anim dynamics? Let's try anim dynamics real quick. Huh? Why was it working in the other pose and then it didn't work in this one? Why it work and then not work and then why not? What happened? Box extents constraint setup. Oh my god, we have to set box extents for every single one? What? Let's just use rigid body. I do have to figure out how to do collision with the rigid body. Maybe instead of simulated, let's just do default, but I'm pretty sure that turns off the physics on the tongue. Yes, so we want it to be simulated. It is 100% one of the things we want to do. Would you say Shrill? So how are you doing, Shrill? Oh, the magic box? Yeah, I don't know which... It could be in the physics asset. We have a collision response set to true, however... Maybe it doesn't have self-collision? Let's see, self-collision. Oh. Cock. Maybe it's not able to collide with boxes. Maybe that's the problem. Let's do UE5 rigid body collision with boxes physics asset. Bodies of the physics asset don't collide with each other. Let me check this simulation. Okay, if we can get this working in the simulation, then I think we're good. I think the problem is that someone call help. I have a feeling it's because these are boxes. And I bet you boxes don't work on this very well versus like capsules. Which really sucks. Oh. Oh no. Could also be the constraint. Maybe the constraint is like blocking collision from occurring. Could happen. Although we have disable collision turned off. That's not good. What's wrong with box collision for the tongue? Do you think it'll look like ass? This is just the default thing. We just have this. But the problem is I need this to collide with the box. I don't know if they can collide with boxes. I have a feeling I've come across this issue in the past. I have a feeling. Did GTA 6 crash Twitch? Maybe. I think so. I think so. Right-clicking bodies open up the collision channel. Query in physics. Query in physics. Guys, it would appear that the collision is there. It's just not there. It's there, but not there? Oops. Oopsies. I don't know if boxes work. I don't know if boxes work. Okay, let's try this. This box, let's make it complex collision. Hold on, I can't tell if it's working or not. I think what's going on is the tongue is clipping with the rest of the thing. So I think this one should have no collision response. And maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, how about we turn off collision on this as well, and then set this back to the collision that we had. I'm curious. Okay. I'm not curious. Actually, that was a joke. I'm not. $30 FPS for quality mode seems bad. I don't think I'll buy a PS5 just to play the game. Wait, are they doing the 30 FPS thing again still? Don't tell me. Is the game locked at 60 FPS? Is the game at normal quality locked at 60 FPS? I honestly don't know. Expect that because it's fucking Rockstar. Cockstar. I was looking at GTA 6 and all I could think was, man, I better get back to Crimson making his train slop game. So Krim, imagine you're a developer at Rockstar and you get to choose one of those very specific things to develop, like the shrinking horse balls in RDR2. What would you choose to spend all that time on? I don't know, maybe write a my 2-week notice paper instead. That'd be cool. Any idea when we'll be able to play your game? I have no idea, but hopefully early to mid next year. Hopefully. I think we'll probably be doing play testing later in the year, but that'll be like private play testing. Yeah, I don't think a box can... Okay, hold on. UE5 physics asset box. Box self collision. Okay, let me see if I can find anything here. Oh. It's when friend swap games are no longer in fashion. The thing is, this could still be perceived as just a regular co-op horror game. I don't think it's necessarily a... I don't think friend swap or co-op games are ever going to be... People love co-op games. I love co-op games. I think playing together is always going to be a thing that people want to do, I feel like. I don't think it's ever going to be a dying genre, which is co-op games in general. You know what I mean? I know we have the constraints set up for this, but I don't even think the boxes are colliding with each other. Mine's co-op because PvP is shite. I think coding PvP is a lot harder to do. A lot harder to do. Oh, rig targeting. Yeah, that is a whole different ordeal. I think this is just... I think this is one of those moments where it's like this little hidden knowledge of UE. I don't think a box can collide. So like what we could do, right, is we get a capsule. No, that's the constraint. We get a capsule, okay? We bring it in the front, right? And then the tongue could collide with a capsule. Let's see if it actually happened. What the hell? To make a rigid body an object with physics collide with a box, wait, really? Do we have to do simulate physics? You know what it might be? Maybe we have to do collision. So let's do custom, physics only. Might be working. That might be working. That might be working. This we turned off collision on because it's inside of everything else. This we might have to reduce the size of. You know what we could do is maybe reduce the size of the tongue. Because a tongue is quite... I don't know what the word I would use here is, but gelatinous. It's quite... It's like squishy, right? So in theory, this could clip things, and that would be normally... That would be fine. right? Maybe because it's starting from tongue 01 and this has collision turned off. Maybe it won't work now that we turned off collision on it and it's the root. Let's see. Hold on. His tongue is looking a little twisted. Ah! So now the box is working. What if we reduce the size of the box? No, just on the Z. Just on the Z. I don't think it's that. Guys, I don't think it's that. It's something else. I think it's something else. You know how we reduced all the speeds here? I think we need to bring them back in to limit test this. Yeah. Whether to allow collision between two bodies joined by constraint. This one I think we'd want to disable. That one I think we'd want to disable. Okay, I think we're getting something there. What if we try tongue 02? That boy can jump. He do be jumping. Okay, maybe we try tongue 01 again. Okay. I think we are getting somewhere. I think now it's about tuning these values. I would ideally like to give this an external force, but I don't know if the external force is in world space. It's in world space. External tongue force. $500 cigarettes. How about 5,000 cigarettes? Doesn't really move with the world's velocity? It should be. Should be. We have it in component space, but let's try world space again now that we've kind of changed a few things. Whoa. Whoa. He's a little freaky. He's a little freaky. Hey. Whoa. Hey. Wait, I forgot to put the external force. My ass is over here changing the intensity, thinking, why isn't this working? Well, dumbass, you forgot to hook it up, idiot. No wonder. Quit it, my girlfriend's watching. This is what you could have got. Its effects have velocities. How about a base of bone space? It's just staying curled up. Whoa! He's a bit of a psychopath, huh? Okay, now the bone is underneath him. I think component space is our best bet. Let's try turning off that. Or turning it on. Or I guess turn it off. Is that not considered as forward vector? The external tongue force. 5,000. This time, now that we hooked it up, now we can actually compare the intensities. $50,000. Huh. Spend 1 hour making a huge blueprint, test not working, spend another hour debugging just to realize the whole logic isn't connected. Don't worry, brother. Don't worry. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. I've made that mistake. I literally just made that mistake here with this stupid variable. You're fine. You're fine. Don't you worry. It's fine. Things happen. It's fine. The channel we use to find static geometry to collide with. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, maybe, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold. Oh, the capsule is also set to physics body. That's not good. We want to do something different for that. Let's do pawn. Yeah. Pawn. Oh, but that's not good too. Fuck it. Whatever. Okay, so then you go on pawn. I don't know why the root is set to physics body. World space though is incorrect. It's causing it to go way too like crazy. It's you know, it's yeah, okay, all right, well, what should stop that? When using non-world space sim, this controls how much of the components of world space acceleration is passed on to the local space simulation. What the hell are you even saying? Okay, so if we're using world space simulation, then where do I adjust those values? So if I set this to 0, even though it's in world space, none of this is going to do anything? Yep, it's not doing anything. So where do I control all of that? I can't. Aha! Beep beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Guys, I think we do this in component space. And then let's just try 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, and see if that does anything. Okay, here we go. Okay, maybe, how about 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Yes, 1,000. How about for the Z, 5,000? 5,000. Get up, arcade. It would appear it's not working. Maybe we turn off the overlap channel, because maybe that's not helping anything. On spawn, we can see the velocity affecting the damn thing. So what's going on? What's going on? I'm now using 5,000. All of this. 5,000. Everything is 5,000. $50,000. 50,000. 50,000. What the hell? Multiply on the Z component of velocity and acceleration of the passage of the simulation, usually from 0 to 1 to reduce the effects of jumping and crouching in the simulation, but it could be higher to 1 if you want to exaggerate the motion for some reason. I would love to. How about 500? How about 5,000? Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of little like detail stuff, kind of make him like a little drunk. He's not doing what I want him to do. He ain't doing what I want him to do. Let's try parent base bone space. I don't know if that's gonna do anything though. Like, we're slowly seeing some stuff happen, but we're not at the same time. What's going on? Transfer bone velocities? I don't know. Is that the problem? We can see him on spawn doing stuff, but it's not enough. All right. 500,000. Yep, that's 500,000. Just checking. Something is not right. Is he just not? So, hold on. Please hold. When we add impulse, like, is that not sending any information to this stupid rigid body? Are we for real? Okay, how about the external tongue force? Do 500,000. Why doesn't it 500,000 work on the external force? It's just not doing anything. It's not doing anything at all. I'm really, really mad. Okay, the instant we turn off collision on it, he's fine. I think we upped his numbers a little too much. I think we broke him a little bit. What am I adding the rigid body to even? The tongue? Is the tongue inheriting the forces from the parent? It should be. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. I really have no idea what's going on. Is external force... If you put an external force, does it... No. It's been crimmed. I guess so. I don't know. Maybe it's something in the settings here. Let's do physics only and then do physics body. I don't know if maybe... I don't know. That's in cloth. Do we have to simulate physics on it? I really don't think you need to. Maybe you do. No, I don't think so. Because we've already done part of that in here. By making some of the bodies simulated, we've already done part of it. Actually, what if I make this simulated? What happens? I'm curious. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Maybe we can make the body bottom simulated? What happens then? I just vibrated my teeth. What the hell happened there? I got the idea. Delete the tongue. What do you mean delete the tongue? Why would we delete the tongue? He's moving around a little bit now. Man, what the hell? I'm gonna freak out. Because I know we turned off the collision on the first tongue. Wait, no, we turned it back on. Is that the problem? Do we turn it off? Why does it only work when he collides with us? Is it because the tongue has collision? Is it because... You know what? Maybe we use... Maybe instead of rigid body, maybe we use something else. Trail controller. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I really think rigid body is the one. It's just for some reason it's not working. Is there any reason why I'm trying to fix the tongue before flipping the monster upside down? I don't know. I got hard stuck on this fucking thing. I got locked in. Why isn't it working? World space works. It's just I can't control the velocities in world space. It does something in world space. You know what? Maybe this is the game. Maybe this is how it was meant to be. I don't know. Maybe it's just, you know, it's a thought. Maybe it's just, that's just maybe how it's supposed to be. I don't know. I can't tell if it's having like self-collision or something else is going on. I have no idea. But damn, is it pissing me off. What's wrong with you? Also, technically speaking, I think all of these constraints are incorrect. You have Silo? I think it's allowing itself to twist, which is kind of insane. So the twist motion should be like 25. So we can go left to right. This is the swing 1. Which is the up and down motion of it. Try sending the main body to kinematic and tongue body to simulated. Yeah, they all have that. They are animating. I think it might just be their constraints. I'm not 100% certain. So this is now twist, which makes sense. And then this is swing, so up and down. Can make that 45, I feel. And then I feel like this one should be like 15. The like actual thingy. So maybe we can copy 45, 15, 25. And then we'll rotate each one. Oh, I think this body in general is supposed to be rotated. It's like not facing the right direction. I think it's just because of the way this thing is made. Okay, good action, good action. So how do we reduce the world space alpha? We got some good stuff going on. It's just how do I reduce... how do we reduce the thing? Add weight to the tongue? Do you think it's a weight issue? Do you think it's a weight issue? Maybe. What's the weight of each one of these? 5 kilograms? Okay, so what if we do like 100 kilos? And then what if we add some angular dampening and linear dampening? All right. Okay, that doesn't really help too much. Dampening kind of helps, but this isn't the solution. This is not the solution. Dampening is not the solution. This boy ain't right. I think it's just the let's try setting that to 0.1. Or maybe we can set the world alpha to 0.5. Maybe 1. Fully local. Global multiplier on the effects of simulation space moon must be in range 0, 1. If world alpha is 0, the system is disabled and the simulation will be fully local, i.e. world space actor movement and rotation does not... You lied to me. Global turn affects the simulation space movement. I hate this. I hate this, I think. Is it scarier this way? I got a buddy of mine who's a tongue expert. You mind if I call him? How do you know that? How does he know that? Okay, I'm gonna try to set all this to 1. I want to see if that reduces the speeds. And I can't tell. Can I be real? I can't tell. Dude, this guy's spinning and shit. Like, he's using the fucking... The beam as like a pole and everything. He's crazy with it. Damn. Alright. The thing is, this is for component, not for world space. Where's the damn settings for world space? I need the settings for world space. Please. Moving the skeletal mesh will generate velocity changes. How do I reduce? Now, I could reduce the alpha, but that would be incorrect. A clamp on the effective world space of velocity that is passed the simulation. Units are in centimeters per second. The default value effectively means unlimited. It's not usually required to change, but you would reduce the list of... Okay, let's try 0.1. Maybe, maybe that'll work. Yeah, you're really pissing me off, you know that? You're really getting on my nerves. You're really getting on my nerves. Scale of the cache balance versus the actual balance increases may improve performance, but overlaps may not work very well. This does nothing. The world alpha does nothing. It seemingly does nothing. What's really funny is that he's perfectly fine in this pose, but the instant he wakes up, well... You see what happens. Okay, let's try, what if we reduce the alpha? But then the problem is if we reduce the alpha, I don't think we get a correct result. Oh, maybe that's okay. Can't wait to see the tongue in action, but I gotta sleep. Hey, rest well. Rest well, man. Would you all play an augmented reality version of D&D, like seeing the characters move and interact instead of using the classic plastic models? I'm sure that would be very cool for some people. I'm just not very into playing D&D myself personally. I love watching D&D. I think it's cool seeing what people do and what they're able to accomplish. All right, so this looks good. However, it just... You know, I don't know. We'll see. You know, it's just, you know, it's, yeah. All right, yeah. All right, get over here. Come on. Come on. We don't got all day. Come on. This is fine. Why do we focus so much on the tongue? The tongue is, like, it's fine. It's just a tongue. Who cares? Whatever. It's fine. All right. So aggro, we do want him to be upside down. The problem is... Yeah, I don't know how we're going to do this. I do kind of want to do a rigid body on the top of his head. We do also have to make him go upside down. So what we could do is body bottom. Oh no, I have to rotate the entire root. Uh-oh. Why don't you just make it so it's like a simple ragdoll and inside the blueprint do a set simulate physics? Just jumping will do the job. It'll look like one of those dogs with a dead dog. So you're saying the entire thing should be physics based? Is that what you're saying? Okay, this is kind of what we wanted, but it's probably not going to look very good. Especially with the fact that we are no longer, we're not rotating. Maybe I should have done this differently than the way I did it. You know, maybe I should have maybe rotated this whole thing correctly. Let me just try keying the root. Let me see what happens. I think he'll end up in the floor. Okay. But then look at the tongue. It's all like inside of the body now. He's a little derpy mimic. Oh man, I should have probably made him by default upside down rather than doing what I did. I blundered. Did a little oopsie. How shall I say a little oopsie? How shall I say I did a bit of a fuckery? Let's just go to the animation itself and then we'll bake it. Into the animation itself. I don't know if that's gonna like count. It might not. Oh, no, that's the upside down pose. Oh, fuck. We don't even have the base pose animated. I guess if we already have him upside down, wouldn't that make that whole process better when he flips? Okay, I wonder if I can bake this back onto... Yes. Okay, so now he's upside down. Of course, I have to keep editing the eyes because I keep forgetting to change that. Trying to hint at it, but you know more than me. I just didn't think it would be this annoying to change. But if you did say I should have, then hey, I shoulda. Definitely shoulda. I think I did 34 as the location difference, right? My partner's still making models, yeah. So he needs to go 45 degree with his normal top and then bounce down when he's on the ground or grounded. So body top actually could have physics. It might be a little bit fucky, but could be simulated. The thing is, we will have to change his physics state, like when he's in this pose, though. There's a way of making him try to hold his pose, though. No, I think maybe we just make that kinematic. Yeah, I think we make it kinematic. I think that'll be a lot easier to deal with. Give us an idea what next model they're making. There'll be an item detector, an umbrella, a car battery, and I think that was it. I think that was it. You will be able to throw the car battery in the ocean. Yes, yes. Before you ask. Yes, you will be able to. Your lifelong dream of throwing car batteries in an ocean can finally be fulfilled in Train Rot. All right, so now we're just gonna have to animate him to look like this. So this would be the jumping pose. When he jumps, he goes in like a 45 degree kind of angle than what he's currently at. What happened to his tongue? Guys? Guys? I think the tongue is going underneath the world. It does look scary. Does he look scary? Do you get to stand in the ocean while throwing the battery in the water? No. It's not part of the deal. Looks like he's clipping in the ground. Yeah, I know. We're gonna give him like a whole animation state when he's in air. When he's in air, he's gonna need a different animation pose, I think. Can you lick the battery? Why would you lick the battery? Okay, why would you lick the battery? Come on. Guys, please. Why would you want to lick a car battery? Okay, so in reality, we actually don't want it to be rotated like this. I think we want it like this. But then how do we animate this? What's really annoying is we're animating the root. So I think we leave the root at 180. But then we take the body bottom, do that, and the body top can be rotated like this. Then maybe we go down a bit, bring his tongue in. There we go. Yup. Oh, that's not it. That's not even close to what I wanted. Yes. Yes, the tongue is doing what the tongue wants to do, which is to say, not doing what I want it to do. But now that I think about it, this probably doesn't need collision. Because it's going to be so close to the ground. Does it even need collision? No, I don't think so. But now I think because I turned off collision, I don't think the world space thing is working anymore. Let me see. What if we try world static instead of self collision? Let's try this. So physics only, physics body no, but world static block. Maybe pawn. It might have some self collision though if we end up doing that. Hold on. It's the funniest shit ever. Dude, I just need the world. If we could just get the velocity scale Z to work, I think we're set. Whatever. Fuck the tongue. Well, don't fuck the tongue, but fuck the tongue. If you move the locks to the thinner part of the case, you could keep the ammunition set you were working on for the past 2 hours and it looks the right side up. It's also visually better in my opinion because the thick part of the case is down towards the ground. I just think it looks scarier like this, but I think it's just a base of like... Just need to make it work. Just put in all the different animations, make him like more physically, when he's jumping, make his whole body, his whole mouth open. We'll see as we kind of work on it a little bit more. We'll see as we work on them a little bit more. I just don't know why the Z velocity isn't working. That really pisses me off. Like, we set all these values and it still like doesn't do what I want it to do. Which is really annoying. Maybe I can give the tongue momentum, but only when it's going up. That's the thing. I kind of want it to go, like, bounce up and down. Like, that's it. I think that would literally be what I'd want for the tongue, and then that's basically it. I think what we can also do is maybe change this constraint for the base of the tongue. Which could help a little bit. We do have to change this constraint. 35 for that. 15 for that, or 20 for that, and then twist. We'll do like 8. Keep the twist very minimal. When am I making a succubus? Excuse me? Why would we make a succubus? Alright, help me out here. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? Does he have to generate like, overlap events? What if like this entire time it just didn't work because he wasn't generating overlap events? Either that or it's because he's not simulating physics. I don't know. Who knows? What the tongue do? Oh, you know. Oh, you know. Physics acid override. Let's just do this for safety, because who knows? Ever seen Freeren? I want a whole pose where if a player dies to the mimic dies, and you only see your friend literally like just half of their body's inside of just a mimic. And that's that's the way that you see everything going on is by seeing that. I think that'd be funny. I think that'd be hilarious. You get debuff when licked? I think he's gonna do a bite animation. Anyways, we got so many other things we need to do. Not just this silly tongue physics. I was hoping that the external tongue forces would work. But it's not. What if I go ahead and plus... God, I hate this thing. 500,000 on the Z. Can I make it so only the base of the tongue is collision? If I do that, the only problem is... What is this? Does this have to be negative? Oh, that'd be so fucking weird if that has to be negative. Maybe the external force, even though it says the external force is in world space. Is it really in world space, or is it in space in proportion to... That external tongue is not doing anything. Hey, Woozy. Tongue physics, you crazy for that? Dude, it's not that bad, man. It's not that bad. It's just a tongue, man. It's just a tongue. Let's override the world gravity. If I set that to 0, what happens? Let me see. Let me see. Looking into this. Nothing. I don't think this is, like, doing anything. Like, genuinely. Like, none of these are doing anything. Alright, we are going to have to do the opening mouth animation. We're going to have to make it feel more natural and stuff. It's just going to be a thing that we end up doing over time. But we got some of it going. I don't know, I might be able to set the gravity of it myself. No. I think I can literally only enable the gravity. I don't think I can modify the gravity, which is really annoying. Yeah, I don't think I can modify the gravity, which really sucks. Unfortunately. What would be crazy? Marketing is if we went downtown with one of those signs that do spin tricks and shit. Yeah, no, we'll work on it a little bit more. He has some more shit we need to do. Like, he needs to open up his mouth as he jumps, and then as he lands, we kind of want a little bit of that inertia there. So spring. The spring control applies a spring solver that can be used to limit how far a bone can stretch from its reference pose position and apply force in the opposite direction. I'm curious. I've never tried this before. I've never tried this node. Spring bone. How about body top? Translate X, Y, and Z. Okay. I think it would be rotate Y. Right. Right, we might be onto something. Does the rotation do anything at all, actually? Ideally, it would be translate Z. No, it wouldn't be. It would be rotate, but... Translate Z would just cause him to go in the ground. Ideally, what that would have been is we read from the Z and then rotate his body. But unfortunately, I don't think I can do that. So I might have to do the spring solver manually and then modify it based off of that. So we're going to have to do a modify bone. This is going to be a add to existing in component space. And then we're going to call this inertia top rotation. Why is it warning me? Oh, right, because it doesn't have a bone specified. Bone to modify, body top. And then we'll have to do a float spring. Uh-oh. Wait, which one was it? Target would be 0. Current would be... Maybe we use velocity. This should output value. Should be spitting out 0 at the very beginning. Hold on. I forgot to do this. Wait. Is there a different spring that I used to use? No, this is the one. Spring interpolate. Let's do stiffness, critical dampening, target velocity amount 1. clamp. -10 to 10, I guess. Target we might not want to do 0 for the target. Target might actually be this, and then current would probably be the rotator. Let's make this a float, because we technically only need one value. I think it would be pitch. I think. Assuming this is a bit like an interpolation system. Okay, that's going down very, very slowly. Hold on. Okay, let me see when it jumps up and down. Okay, it's maxing out at -10. So let's maybe give it a little bit more jump. Okay, now we can hook it up. Which I did. I think we want to invert this. I think we want to invert it. But if I do a multiply -1 in here, it's not going to work. It's going to remove the fast path, but fuck it. It's fine. We'll just test it for now and make sure that it's working. So that's gone. That's no longer fast path, but let's see the preview of it at least. Okay, I think it's hitting the clamp quite hard. Maybe we do a little bit more stiffness. If one, that the target velocity will be calculated and used, which results in the following: targeting more closely without lag. Values down to 0. Recommend when using this to smooth data will progressively disable this effect. Okay, let's do 0.5.
Okay. Okay.
All right, now we got a little bit of action, a little chompy action. Does the goatee help the game making process? No, it just annoys things. I wish I need to shave this fucker off. Let me tell you, I gotta shave this fucker off. It's annoying. It does not look good. Okay, it looks fun. It looks fun. Maybe I want to see if we reduce stiffness, if it looks... Oh, by the way, I realized I actually don't want to do the negative value. I want to do... because that then... Could we possibly make it so the clamp isn't like a hard clamp value? More so tries to aim within those limits. I think it's this value I want to reduce, and then that way you can kind of like chomp. Is that the monster book from Harry Potter? No, it's a briefcase. Also, I thought we agreed to make the zombie game next. The problem is the zombie game and Ronin are just way outside of my skills. Like, they're just way outside of my that's why I kind of thought this would be a really good kind of game to fuck around with, because I can learn multiplayer and stuff, you know what I mean? Outrageous, you already made the demo? You mean the fake video that doesn't really work all that well? Okay, perfect. Now all we need to do is when he jumps, when he goes up, we can open up the mouth a little bit when he's in the air. We could do this again, but for the body bottom. Not ideal, and I'm assuming we'd have to invert it. Out of curiosity, I want to see what this looks like. That looks fun. What skills do I want to improve for Ronin? Just overall programming skills, and then multiplayer skills, because I do want to make Ronin co-op. I do want to make it co-op. Zombie game was co-op as well, so... Sounds like you're making a steak in a skillet from your microphone. It's because I am. I'm making a steak. Me. I'm flipping him. Damn, it smells delicious though. Holy moly, I'm good. Okay, so what if we copy this, but create a second one? I don't know how expensive float spring interpolation is. I have no idea. We're gonna duplicate this. This is going to be inertia bottom rotation. Top spring state. This will be bottom spring state, because the spring needs its own thing. Inertia bottom. Inertia bottom. Any advice on how to do sound design? I just don't know how to go about doing it. I don't know. That's like I'm not a sound designer by nature. You know what I mean? I'm not really a sound designer. Okay, I have modified the wrong value. So this is probably supposed to be -20, and this is supposed to be 0. And that'll allow it to go downwards. What do we have this as the max? 40? Okay. Do you think there's people who cook at their desk? Oh yeah. What would you do? As a kill confirmed? What's the type of game? Like what's the time frame? Is it like is it modern day? Is it I would mix a chunky vegetable being like cut sound, or not cut, but snapped. Maybe add a little metal tang kind of sound in there. Make it kind of subtle too, though. It's a little bit like a hit marker, is it not? And then maybe a little reverberated sound. And then give those all some modulations to randomize it. Just try mixing some shit together. Hit marker ones I'm missing? Look for like metal impact sounds. Fuck around with metal impact sounds. Stuff like that. Okay, one big problem, the Mimic has his tongue already simulating physics right off the bat. Not something we'd like. I need his tongue to stay in position However, I don't know how to turn off or on any of that stuff. Disable. Set all bodies below physics disabled. Warning, chaos only.
Chaos.
In bone name, make literal name tongue _ 01. Okay, good. But then, of course, now when we pick him up... Wait, it still works. Wait, now it's working great. Wait, why is it suddenly working great now? What do you mean? He's going crazy style with it. Wait, what do you mean it works fine now? What do you mean? What? Wait, what? You guys see this shit right now? Oh, it's because I have fizz. Okay, I had a filter. All right. So physics only, no occurring collision. What if I do? No, I'm not. Don't do that. Block everything. Let's see what happens. I just want to see. 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 Eh. Huh. Huh. I know it's simulated, but he's like his tongue is going underneath the ground, which is really annoying me. I'm trying to fix the tongue going under. Yeah. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to fix that. I think I just broke something and now it's no longer working. Somehow it was working and now it's no longer working. What did I change? Chat, what did I change? I know I changed the collisions. Suddenly it was working and now it's no longer working. I'd maybe try increasing the capsule in the physics asset. Maybe that could help. It was working and now it is no longer working. I don't understand why. This shit's weird. It was working, and now it's not working! Okay, so maybe now this is actually properly working. So set all bodies below. Simulate physics. Okay. So now I can go to aggro. And then make it so the tongue starts doing its thing. Huh. That's working a little better. I don't know why, but maybe it's because disabling it is a different structure. Let's bring back in the Z scale on the stuff. I don't know about you guys, but this is looking pretty good. You can see his little coffee bean brain in there. Gives you direct access to throw a fucking thing at it. I don't know. Oh, shit. And then jumping on top of it. Oh, whoa. Don't get crazy now. Whoa, 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 whoa. His tongue action was looking a lot better earlier, though. He was like going up and everything. He was doing the whole thing, the whole thing. Now he's not doing the whole thing. Why not? Is it the external tongue forces that are maybe causing him to not do the whole thing? I like how it kind of looks like he's licking his mouth. Get over here. Huh. Right. Can I say something about GTA 6 that irks me? This is a free space. When is the merch drop for this guy? That's a really good question. I'll come back to you with an answer in the future. I kind of want it so when he jumps up, his tongue goes up. The problem, however, is... I guess we could transform his tongue, too. This is literally the most procedurally... Like, it's all just procedural shit. I'll 3D print some of it. I think he looks pretty close to like our intended reference. The only thing is his face becomes not as visual when he opens up, and I think that might be this value here, the min value, I think. Let me see. Or maybe not. Maybe it's the max value? I don't remember. I think it's, well, it's one of those. No. I think this one's fine. Let me try 0 for the min value here, just for science. I think it's that one. We're gonna want to set this to like -10, so that his face is still kind of like facing it. Why am I doing a transform modify bone? What does it do here? I'm calculating springs and then modifying the top and bottom of the thing. Is this a good way of doing it? Probably not. Is it very optimized? Probably not. Do I care? No. Of course not. We had a lot of advances in materials last 2 years, specifically to do with clear coats, thin films, and pearlescence, iridescence, substrate materials, but GTA 6 game that should pioneer that doesn't really use it. Probably because it's really expensive. It's probably really expensive. Like, I think those things, like, the thing is, while GTA is a very driving focused game, I don't think that it's its only, like, thing that it's trying to do. I don't know. Bro, I'm not gonna glaze Rockstar, fucking Cockstar, Rock Cockstar, Rocky Cocky Star. I don't think we noticed too much from the tongue. I was hoping that up and down movement would be back here, but it's not. It disappeared. It left us. I don't know why. Not working. I'm sad. I'm so sad. It was working so nicely. And suddenly it just stopped working, and I even tried to like undo shit. Ugh. Yeah, well, whatever. It's fine. It looks good. I like the jumping anim. I think the jumping animation is perfect. I don't know about you guys. I think it's right on. It's right on. Just needs a bunch of sound effects, particle effects. Did I animate it in UE? This is all like kind of poses. I didn't use control rig, I just used the raw bones or whatever. Would be funny if I had voice lines and stand still, let me lick you. The thing is, none of our characters really say words in this, so he's gonna be like saying things in like a different language. Like the Swedish chef. He's gonna need a biting animation though, for sure. We'll need to give him a biting animation. I'd stick with the thing as it is. It's got the right level of jank. Yeah, I think it's just the tongue. The tongue, I liked the up movement that it had going on. I thought that was kind of fun. But that's okay. It looks good. Looks good. With some sound effects, and then when it like munches on you, it'll go like, it'll probably be like a screen effect or something. And the next thing is just making it deal damage to you as it hits you. And then of course making it fall asleep when it loses track of players. So once it loses track of players, it should just reset back to normal, which it might already. Wait, it's fucking on the train? Hello? Mods? Mods, he's on the train. Guys, he's somehow able to enter the train. Okay, he looks good in here though. I'll take you with you. I'll take. Don't despawn. He's still here. Yippee! We need to see what he looks like in the actual levels. I think he looks good. I don't know about you guys, but I think he looks good. Can you imagine you're like just chilling around, you're like, oh look, a briefcase. I wonder how many items I'm gonna get. Wait, hold on, can he jump into the landmine? Wait, hold on, this is for science. Uh-oh. Alright. I don't know how I got up here. Look at him. He's a psychopath. Okay, so he can't sleep if he loses track of you. That would be one thing to do. But I think he's working. I think we can start spawning him in. Whenever a briefcase is chosen as a spawn point, give it a 25% chance of spawning a mimic, maybe? Maybe 20% chance? I don't know. What should be the chance percentage, chat? Briefcases are already pretty uncommon-ish. Let's see if we can find one. I'll come back for you. They're already pretty uncommon. There should be a rare room where every chest is a mimic. That's psychopathic. I love it. Just the right amount of psychopath. So what happens if you drop a car battery in here? Wow. He just walked right into the landmine and then jumped and then killed me. One of your procedure generation rooms should be a luggage storage room? Ooh. This is a noob question, but is the tongue having issues? Is it because it's modeled upside down in the default state? Could be. Could be. I think it's just the fact that it's just not, the collision's just not working properly, but... Anyways, good stream. Good stream. We have much more to do on these bad boys, but look at that. This is the real version. Okay. Maybe we make it so when he spawns in, he's just fully static. And that way we can emulate him looking like a proper thing. But he looks the part. He might even get me one day. He might spook me one day in the future when we have a bunch of sound effects and a bunch of other things and little like horror stuff coming up. Yeah, all that good jazz. All right. Oh. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by. I'm hungry. I'm not tired. I'm hungry, which then makes me tired. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully when Twitch doesn't shit the bricks. And yeah, so I'll see you guys then. Have a great day, all right? Thanks for dropping by. I'm going to go eat some.